Well, hello there. Good morning. How is everyone doing today? It's been a while. I'm debating the little chill captions. Okay, here, please. My own hair is attacking me, which, yeah, I guess it happens. Mm, There's a thing. And the thing is that I'm hoping our save is saved. If not, I'll have to spend a moment repairing it. Because my Sims 4 didn't work. So I went above and beyond to try and fix it. In the end, I just deleted the file that seemed corrupted and reinstalled it. Apparently, it was as easy as that. Okay, it's saved. So I did a little bit of things around. Obviously, I didn't add any sim. I just added some trees, some gas stations, blah blah. And obviously, a windmill. I don't know. Um, Lots and houses. I did make this little shop. Are those radiation spells? What do you mean? No, the trees. They're trees. Meow, Nico. How you doing? And yeah, I had this little playground, and I carried over antidepressant for Sims from Sims 4 as best as I could. It's not perfect, okay. The Sims 4 antidepressant is my peak build, but we have a version of it. We can say this is like the earlier cousin of antidepresso. And antidepresso is a coffee shop. So yeah, and I planted some houses here. I don't think they're gonna get randomly populated. I don't think that's how Sims 2 works. But at least we have somewhere to go. Eh? Oh, also, I realized that we were playing it wrong. Because I didn't add the lots like downtown and stuff like that. So I added that. Oh. So we can travel now. We can travel. And maybe we can find someone today. Oh, I completely forgot. We had to solve everything to get Iris back. I already repressed my memory. It was so traumatic. It was so traumatic. Anyway, let's let our sim sleep. I mean, honestly, I can move my bed now in the bedroom. Okay, carpool for Iris and Mortimer is off. Okay. Okay. That's cool. That's cool. Okay, who did that? Also, you didn't wash your hands. It's fine. You're gonna take a shower. I have no idea who did that though. We can harvest our money tree. Hopefully we can harvest something. Oh, ew. Why'd you just leave that there? I'm not very happy, but oh well. So we want more pit beds here, and this has to be like the pit room. I just haven't exactly figured out yet what we're putting in there. Oh, maybe the doggo bone can go here though. It's so barely visible, but oh, Alfred, we probably shouldn't go to sleep now. Your carpool is coming soon. Okay, my aspirations are dropping. It's not good. I just want to fall in love. Look at this. It's so sad. No, don't make her play. But you should probably recycle. Hmm. Too bad I can't put this into the bookshelf or somewhere. Sure, read the magazine. When is our job? Oh, we have a day off today. That's perfect. Well, let's say that Alfred goes to his job and we can take Mortimer and go grab a cup of coffee to solve our depression. Before we had PC here, but not anymore. And it will also make me test out if the new lots are working. We have a hole in the roof because we have a roof there and not floor. So it's not actually a hole. It just looks like one. Oh, our maid is coming. Oh, and Alfred went to work. Okay, cool. Oh, well. I'm not really sure what to do with this map thingy that I found. Okay, I'm sure we're gonna figure it out. Oh, thank you, Kaylin. Kaylin. Yeah, thank you. We can take a walk, and yeah, we can take Mortimer with us. Iris and Alfred are at work, so. Oh, did it just disappear? Oh, okay. Oh, Mortimer is going. Okay. I thought something was bugged, but no, no, no. We're just waiting for Mortimer to come. Hopefully there's people there. Hopefully. Oh, well, there is a... Oh. Ham. Mm-hmm. Can I just order coffee from here, or is it not functional? I did not realize it's gonna do that. I thought this was a coffee machine, like there, you know. Oh yeah, there's people. Oh well, I can't buy coffee. Nobody can buy coffee. Here, doggo. Oh, he seems to like our cat. Oh, hello. I can't save while I'm at the community lot. But it's okay. It's okay. We can talk to people at least. It's a true test. Let's talk about grilled cheese. Oh, he just really loves Mortimer.
Liga. Baracco Zika Flina. Irikla.
Yeah, how about we just talk about random stuff? He does not like grilled cheese. I don't know if there can ever be anything between us.
Mustafa. Rina Oh, Tonzo, Kashmoa. Everything pro quelle. Jaja, per incontrare Mario e siamo tutti ci siamo cosa Nico ba e to puro craba tutto to spodia funda e
Okay.
Modele pade Modele Oh Magufa
Okay.
Hey papato
Oh, he left. Oh. Hello there. The atrociously evil witch. Are you really? Let's see. I'm crying. Okay, a true test. Maybe we can date the witch. No, she doesn't like grilled cheese.
ايش ما بروحون
Okay, everything here is starting to be a little chaotic. Maybe we should head home. Yeah. We can head home. Also, I'm gonna fix the cafe real quick. But you can see why I thought that, yeah. I just wanna go home. Oh, someone is fighting? Oh my god. Everything is so chaotic. Why? I just wanna go home. How do I go home? Okay, sleepy household is here. Oh, probably. Oh no, not here. No. Folks who want home. Let's go home. So why is there trash here? Like, oh my god. Oh wait. No, wait. Don't go home. There is a good way.
Domino ni.
Shadow Massey.
Rank, whoa.
Steve Flap. Grab.
I can give her a back rub.
Then Shaga.
Oh, I have a crush on her. Okay.
Musha day.
Oh, she has a familiar. It's a cat.
Mamma Div. Ten guato. This in the front?
Janakosi. Ingots Matoy. Tapon. Choose.
Ush. Benarge. We can vere me fulak. Has testolim blakadesh.
Guish me gadopalegi.
I did not see this coming.
Platz Kiki.
Oh, she has like glittery sprinkles.
Hoppa wood, hashi undike. Sti crank, pahuis. Veshus. Naladi. Jajino. Tamila shi otto inchihante.
Glosina Kapa. Simcoe Tom.
Oh, I guess the lightning bolt seems that we are attracted to them. Because if we go here, oh no, there's no lightning bolt. There's here though. Oh, we're definitely not attracted. Okay.
Esode. Ześ wam uderzyć grama dysi.
Okay. We're going somewhere.
Oh, basta pizza.
God, we have what we need for the promotion.
Si trompa pagite po. Das Vagona.
Aww.
Switch it!
We're having our first kiss.
Miklog! Istom fambada. Igual galadi. Eceniwa, acabou de ser crabadas.
Wash nene.
Oh, fiso lambo, eh.
Oh, some nene.
Hikawuga!
Sakene.
We can cuddle under the stars. I know my needs are like terrible, but
Switch a jebon.
Oh, Chanel.
Helma. Cash ma vaba zodesh?
Mort syrup.
aww. It's just like laying there under the street lights in the middle of the road. Oh wow. Oh, now you all want me? Okay, I see how it is.
Colina.
Oh, not everyone. Meadow Peterson. I don't know, she saves me from the bad ones. Okay, that's kind of weird, isn't it? Like we're lying here, okay, but everyone is staring at us. I mean, I guess they would be.
Barancho. Evine.
She really has a crush on us, Middle. I mean, mm, well, we're gonna go home.
Tosh, das da stuva.
Hadish. Taz. Kuabisola.
Okay, apparently everyone has a crush on us. Well, not everyone, but at least two soon. So Marisa and Meadow.
Veshus. Edon. Eshende.
I don't know why I walked there. My house is there, but that's fine. Probably just like the crossing is over there. Oh, oh, never mind. I thought for a second our needs are great, but no. We can get some leftovers. It's fine. But also now it's suddenly day.
Oh.
I don't know what to think about that. How are you doing, Mortimer? Oh, you're super happy. To pee, you're hungry, you have food. Okay. Well, we have to go fix antidepressant real quick. So I'm gonna save this. And just go here real quick. Okay. Lots antidepresso. Let us fix this. So which one do we... Oh no, see, this is a problem. Because it has to be like here. I mean, there is more room to walk around, I guess. I'm kind of irritated that this is not... Like, if I put it like this, it's fine. If I could only put stuff on half tile. Can I though? Error. It does not recognize that one. How about F5? Nope. Oh, what did I do? Oh, okay, nothing. But yeah, making sure that we forgot to add these. Like, I had to add them in. So, ooh. Cancel. Cancel. I mean, I could leave it like that. But then... Yeah, like I can put it like this and then add the counters, which were... Appliances. Where were appliances? Oh, there. Well. Yeah, we can put on a little toaster oven. Okay, and this should not work. Sorry about that. Okay, back to neighborhood, back to Seb. Hey, we are seeing a good witch. And how cool is that? Oh yeah, we really have a crush on her. Oh, and while I'm at it, I should probably just like move our bed. I was really hoping I can buy a more expensive bed, but here we are. Can I add some windows? Like maybe not the big one, maybe the smaller ones. Again, to be fair, maybe I can add the big ones as well. And these are cheaper for sure because these are 90, and then these are, let me find them, 99. Oh no, then those are not the same. Wait, blah. There it is. Yeah, these are 220. Then again, I could, you know, just. It looks kind of pretty. And then I can do the same layout over here. Yeah, that makes sense, right? So we can have a fireplace upstairs and downstairs. No, we can't have more windows than that currently. Although, yeah, no, I like this. This looks good. Not yet sure how I'll do the rest of the things, but yeah, we'll see. Little by little. At least we have half of the windows here. Also, the door in our house is still broken. But hey, we have one family friend, which means we're getting a promotion today. Oh, Iris has been promoted to rescue pet. Oh my god. She got the top of her service. Oh, Iris, I'm so proud of you. Oh, she's so tired. She's so sleepy. Oh, she's really not good friends with Mortimer now. But she's good friends with Alfred and with Seb. Oh, Mortimer even more dislikes her. Okay. Well. Oh, it's still our day off, yes. Whoa, Iris brought back so much money. What? Wait, I just realized. No wonder she costs so much. Like, she can earn that in 2 days. What? Oh, and Alfred is back from work. Yeah, he's been promoted to stunt double. Nice. Honestly, GG's, Alfred, GG's. Now he wants to shower. These pets are earning more money than me. No, the indoor beds are all taken. Oh no. Well, I think you guys deserved another indoor bed. Maybe like a fancy one. No, we're not gonna go that lavish. Yeah, we're gonna put the yellow one in here. Because these two make sense around, right? Oh, although maybe we could have an upgrade on this one. It's okay. We're gonna do the windows first. We need windows upstairs and stuff, but yeah, they deserve at least one bed. Maybe not there. Is it weird if I don't put windows on that side? A little. Let's check it out with the roof. Oh yeah, that's looking okay, right? It looks pretty good to me. I'm just gonna ignore the roof. Although, wait. I think, yes. I'm just wondering if I now make the roof. No, it seems the same. Never mind. Because like here we can choose the angle. So I hope that will do something, but it does nothing. Oh well. It's okay. We can continue with our lives. Okay, so Seb, it's 5 p.m. so probably wake up. We're definitely getting somewhere with our upstairs, but our downstairs is in a very shitty shape as well. Okay, maybe clean this up. And clean these up. For some reason I can't clean this one up. I can just read that one. Hey, Iris has a day off. Okay, and perhaps serve some spaghetti. Oh, we can cook spaghetti now. So good. Alfred, aren't you like super tired? Yeah, you are. Oh no, Iris. Why? You were such good friends. Oh, hello there. Oh, she's going. That's a fire outfit, though. Hey.
Oh, lingo to bo.
Oh yeah, I don't have a dining table anymore. I have to go eat outside. I keep forgetting. Well, maybe that's what we buy with the next paycheck. Let's harvest some simoleons.
Ah,
Sure, if it's a one simoleon again. It is one. It is just one. Oh, also, we don't have lights upstairs. That's fine. Maybe I should grab another plate of spaghetti. I'm still kinda hungry. Okay, that is much better. We can clean up. Oh, by the way, did you know that in Sims 4, if you eat leftovers, you get fat? It doesn't matter if you, like, cook those leftovers and, you know, just put them in the fridge. You get fat from that. That's why all of your Sims are getting mysteriously fat. Oh, the way to avert that. Oh, she called me.
Ruve, chazas, woof. Ferrantuv.
That's so cute. But yeah, the way to avert that is to open your fridge, pull the food you want to eat out of it, and then eat it. Sorry, my throat is weird. Hey, I found some new places to hang out at downtown. Do you want to meet me there? Yeah, of course. Let's go for a date. Well, go downtown. Not for a date necessarily. I'm sorry, guys. I'm gonna leave you at home.
Yeah, si Tony va. Dobrino. Kapatovo? Eze? Jedivu. Mikatas.
Oh, okay. Here you go. Do we go to an art studio? Or, well, she explicitly invited us downtown. Lulu Lounge. Come chill and dance. Yeah, that sounds perfect. Let's chill and dance.
Kewa. F. Nomia.
Okay, fine. You don't get the snack then, Mortimer. Talk to Jasmine about grilled cheese. Make grilled cheese for Jasmine. Oh my god. That's so cute. Where is she anyway? Oh, there is she. Suck face. Let's give her a romantic kiss.
Lindo ça va. This va.
Okay, what happens if we talk to her about the grilled cheese?
Habaza. Sukwandita la pusa. Hakidodia da chacha. Bihinduadia.
Wait, she likes it?
Mokononica. Please.
Tash muhaza.
Oh my god, guys, she passes the ultimate test.
E Konya, Fonake,
Tatani?
e Koshibabada. Pony.
Oh, broca.
Oh, we can tell her a dirty joke.
Mashibakotin. Habra habra. Hi. Abadesi. And a chuk in a cara. Ooh, abadi. Sigama go.
Oh, no, don't ask that. Oh no, she doesn't like it? Okay. We'll fix this.
Diambea. Business. I
Smuscle. What's a smuscle? I believe we can do that together though, right?
Grada. Deja. Grora Yasha. TC.
Oh, is she? She could be. Contessa Willow Shaw. She might be around. She's having fun. Okay, no, that was cringe. That was cringe. No, come back. Come back. Come back. Come back. Oh no. I somehow want to ask her to be our girlfriend, but let's ask her on a date first. Perhaps.
Mogalish.
Polataza. Bishtu Kingava DGD?
Slagorch.
So much for the warm welcoming.
Toigo.
Tayam Walo?
Okay, let's give her a back rub. That always goes. I don't think she really appreciates it. The dirty joke.
Bejoin d'amour? Funtari si. Raviton. Oh, Wadi. Is in the bra?
Shabakana.
Spago.
We can slow dance outside in the moonlight. That's romantic, right?
Jouez par ici.
Oh,
Camadivo.
We can serenade her.
oh, Chanel.
Oh,
Wano.
thank you so much. How are you doing? And also welcome in. Welcome in, welcome in.
Giovanni?
Yeah, that seems cute enough. Yeah, okay, okay. This date is going much better than the other date we had. I'm glad you're doing great. Oh no.
Snozagan.
Oh, we stepped on her foot. Yeah, they're so hard.
We go!
Honestly, especially I got tripped. So we played it on Tuesday, and I hired this. Well, I don't know, the date consultant. I don't know. I paid her 666 simoleons. She told me I was cheap, and she sent me a guy that hated me, basically.
Remarque!
Yeah, yeah. We can serenade her again. She liked that. Oh, whoa! I can already propose to her. We're not even dating. You know what? Okay, let's do that.
Horgalana.
Oh, we get a cutscene.
Oh, I'm so glad Donya. Oh, Miss.
Oh, that's so cute, actually. We've known her for a couple of hours, but it's good.
Javak!
We can charm her. Oh, we have 4 minutes left of this.
Yeah.
And we can give her a romantic kiss.
Oh, Shakota.
Oh, she also has a knowledge aspiration.
Niklog!
We can just hang out. At least now we don't have like bunch of people staring at us. Yeah, I also miss cutscenes. They were so cute. I don't know. I was just so used to the blandness of Sims 4, that little things like that.
Mogo Shaplar. Quildashar. Essa Capolotto.
Vazes!
I miss the little things.
Singwa the Peshtar.
And to be fair, Sims 4 does now have its own little things, but it took them like what, 9 years to get those in. Absolutely, absolutely.
Meglagorb. Ah, Shakalbota.
Can I like ask you to go back to my place?
Grizzle Malixi.
Oh, how much money did it? Oh my god. Oh, I can ask her to back to my place. Okay, okay. I can ask about what hurts her on, like, since the mirror. Okay. Look at this. Your sign, Sims 4, no, never. Zodiac in Sims 4 is never gonna happen. I lost all hope for that. You like what you see. Turns off, turns on. It's pretty straightforward. How much money do you have? Yeah. We're almost having a dream date.
We go!
Oh, I'm sleepy. Yeah, definitely want to go back to my place.
Barancia. Quezen vi la.
Plavord.
Remba tushba e crendo dove la e brada vesh fina ta de fita botto ti shitang bate but ti.
Do I ask her to move in? That's the question. Also, if I ask her to move in, does that break the whole, like, oh, bad witch shows up and then there is no good witch? Or I guess I'm gonna skip rope while we wait. Honestly, yeah, some of them are, because it seems too we have complete animations. Well, Sims 4 is trying to, like, elude on what's happening more than, like, actually do the thing. So a lot of animations make more sense in Sims 2. At least that's my perspective on it. I think EA could benefit from well, copying animations basically from Sims 2 and Sims 3 into Sims 4. Okay, don't sleep. You invited someone over, Seb. Okay.
Punshi. Ito namate. Gash ma do fotoshi. La. Jabak. Wait.
Can we... I guess we have to ask her somehow. Okay, let's pause so I can find the... so I can find the thing. I guess I can't just straight up ask her to woohoo. Oh. We can propose to her to either stay the night or move in. I don't want to give her my pet, obviously. I don't think I can woohoo with her. Why? Teach me the ways of light. Let's have her teach us the way of light and cuddle under the stars, maybe.
We go!
It's okay, I can still hold on a little. Welcome to the path of light, where all strive to be good and pure. Wait! That's what that does? Yeah, go make snacks. Go make snacks. You've chosen to walk the world as a witch or warlock. This means that you can now cast spells, make magical items, and fly on a broom. There are different alignments, good, evil, and neutral. Some spells, reagents, and items have an alignment attached to them, and you can only cast them if you are of particular alignment. The more you cast a spell, a particular alignment, the closer to that alignment you'll become. If you decide that you no longer wish to walk the witchy path, you can procure a potion from the current High Witch of Light or Darkness, or create one of your own. Okay. And we can travel to the magical world and visit the homes of High Witch of Light and High Witch of Darkness. That's cool. Was the outfit really necessary though?
Historical.
What am I doing?
Listo.
You cast a spell. To continue casting more spells, you'll need to have reagents in your inventory. The cauldron can be used to create them. Okay. No, don't go to sleep. Go make out. You still have a little bit of the date left. Okay. Framing that booty. Okay.
Oh.
Mm, let's talk about... Yeah, okay, go pee first. What just happened? Oh, the tree probably. But yeah, I'm not sure the outfit was entirely necessary, but oh well. Here we are. Oh, you didn't wash your hands? Oh well.
Miklog.
Oh no. Wake up, wake up. It's okay. It's okay.
Guarda bene.
He's so in love. That's so cute. Who knew? Who knew we're gonna date the witch? Oh, we have 6 seconds. No, 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 no. Oh, okay. We're a great date, baby. We just have to do this again. Okay. We will do this again. Maybe.
Me fusa. Oh. Oh.
Koshoaman. Moshta.
Where?
Mm,
Ojo.
I'm not sure if we want to.
Non
Maybe,
fatemi
maybe actually.
Javak. Vindas.
Vinka. Semika.
Oh, okay.
Remargi.
Oh, she's going. Okay. Well, we can go to sleep. Yeah, I'm now a warlock. How cool is that? A spellcaster. Okay. Oh, he doesn't want to be cured of Witcher. That's cute. But yeah, to sort of summarize what we're doing here. So I'm playing kind of the same sim, more or less. Not really. The same name, same house, kinda, and stuff. Sims 1, Sims 2, Sims 3, and Sims 4. Now it's gonna be a little tricky in Sims 3 because I don't have that many packs for Sims 3. But I'm excited to see how much of everything we can recreate. Okay, so Alfred and Mortimer are at work. Such hardworking kitties. And then let's see. Do you have work today? No, you still have a day off. That's nice, Iris. Oh, they're getting older. No, in 9 days. In 9 days. Okay, all of them are becoming elder in 9 days. Even though Iris is technically the oldest. Technically. But maybe we don't have 9 days. You know? Maybe we stop playing sooner. Yeah, he's also like in 12 days becomes an elder. Yeah. I'm not interested in that. So it's settled. We do maximum 9 days more. Oh wait, who ate bad food? Oh no. Someone ate the bad food. But yeah, our aspiration is finally going back up. That's good. Oh wait, I got the cauldron. And the grimoire. Oh, okay. Well, maybe I don't want to practice witchcraft in our front yard. Well, maybe we can make this room into a witcher room. It's kind of an everything room at the moment. Aspiration points. We don't have any. Well, it's fine. It's fine. Toaster pastries. We should have bought it. Oh, we sold our microwave. Yeah, true. We sold our microwave so we can do stuff. so we can buy back Iris. Well, after we eat a little, we can get mail. Excuse me, you're dating someone. Well, you're engaged to someone. Oh, wait, I got a rose? Sorry, that's so cute. Romance bloomed between us, and this single flower shows. And as I think of you, my sweet, my longing for you grows. Oh, that's so cute. Okay, wait. We need to put this, like, somewhere. I don't know where. Maybe we need to buy a cabinet, like a singular one. Not a cabinet, nightstand. Yes, that's the word. No, I can buy two. And then we can put this flower here. Yeah, I like them in dark, I think. And then we can match up our bed with that later. Oh, but we can put back our alarm clock. There. That's cute, right? And we can maybe afford a light in here. Aww. Yeah, see, what's kind of annoying to me because I can't place the things where I want them to be. So maybe we can have this light. I want something to double as a night light. Interesting. Probably not. This could maybe work. Oh, no. A candle holder? Probably not. Maybe this. We have a similar light in Sims 4. Why is it so hard to choose a friggin' light? Almost thick cobalt skull. You know what? We're just gonna do this one. Or maybe not. Maybe not. What is this? Nope. Oh, that's cute. The little flower. Yeah, I think we're gonna do the little flower. The purple one. That is so pretty. And then we have a specific thing. Is it this one? Yeah. Do I want to do this in this bedroom? Maybe. Yeah, I think that's not too bad. So at least we have colored walls in one of the rooms. It's getting expensive. Okay, if we go upstairs. Oh. Hey there.
Levi
Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in.
just followed.
If I color this, we don't even have money for all of that. Okay. We're gonna do that after someone comes back with money. Okay, apparently I want to cast a spell. Which I can't really do right now. Okay. We're gonna figure out how to cast a spell, maybe. How are you doing today, Levi? We already did like more than we did last game. Okay, Alfred got some money. Mortimer also got some money. And our work starts soonish as well. 3 p.m. Oh, this bed is all stinky. Yep. Sorry. Oh, this is great. But yeah, we're gonna get promoted today. So I'm sure... Oh no, all of the bowls are empty. Oh shit. Oh, and our toasties are out. Oh no. It's okay. They're gonna be fine until we come back, right? Oh, we should have asked her to move in with us when we could. I'm doing great. How are you? Oh no, Iris, that's bad food. Oh no. Yeah, yuck. Oh god. Shit, bad food. That's our fault. I didn't notice that their bowls are empty. Okay, quickly fill bowl. Okay, we're a desk sergeant now. Oh, if we get one more friend... no.
Ship, ship.
Okay, we got a little bit of bonus, so... I believe we can now color our walls. So we're gonna do the hallway the same. Honestly, we can do the same for the bathroom as well. Like the same color scheme. And then for these walls, well, this one in particular is supposed to be child's bedroom. So, soft pastels of a sort. Perhaps this was the little bunnies. Oh, this is cuter actually, with little butterflies and things. And then for this one, what do we do for this one? Some wood paneling or something? Like that, perhaps? Yeah, that's not too bad. Yeah, it's finally starting to look like a house. Joe, how are you doing today, Levi? I'm pretty sure I asked earlier, but in case you didn't hear. Okay, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. So we have to go to bed early-ish, kinda. Okay, I'm gonna fill these 2 bowls. Oh, wait. Maybe I should clean them first.
Oh!
Okay, so now there should be fine. Ooh,
Ricaroni.
oh. Aqua deletus. Now we can mop this up. And maybe clean this icky bed. And we can... Well, actually, before we recycle, we can do a crossword. There. That will raise our fun a little. Okay.
Maruba Phelps.
And we can recycle. And we can sleep in our pajamas. Maybe I should have done that first. Yeah, probably. It's okay. We totally got this. Our carpool is gonna arrive in about an hour. So that's enough sleep for us. We really do need a better bed. What else do we need? Serve dessert. Santa cookies. No, we're not gonna make Santa cookies. Let's just have a snack, some juice perhaps. To start up our day. I am just chilling there. Perhaps you should put down that juice, go to work. Perhaps. Just an idea. That little run. Okay, Alfred, your work. You should be working today. Why are you not at work, Alfred? Again, you're skipping work. Wait, Iris is also skipping work? Oh, that's not great. Anyway, I'll be right back. I have to go to the toilet. But here, you should have a proper view of what's going on.
Sul, sul. Sul, sul. I'm she's.
Oh, move Tagmer. Phew. Oh, how much? Here, save a laptop.
Okay, I am back. Sorry about that. How are these two doing? Seem to be doing fine. Mortimer has returned from work, earned money. I definitely feel like I need to build something over here. Let's speed up until I get back from work, and maybe we can invite our fiance over. Call
Maruba Phelps.
Sim. So she doesn't think we're neglecting her.
Fita zomze, I am the toshtate zomze, I do look at the bossy. Hey, Baba Don Dishi. Creekaroni.
She's here. I didn't expect her to be here that fast. Okay. Whoa. Okay. That's a great thing that I did not expect. That's kind of really cute.
Mazawago. Ichibongo. Hashakalabana. Brum brum. You know, say.
I'm gonna propose her to Majin.
Kisun.
Holy shit. 10,000? Yeah, we can get a new bed right away.
En ekran budgeted. Hola. Wah wah wah.
Enya.
Es budierdo.
Mazakonik.
Kota ya sizunti kayo loshkovada.
Awesome. Minikalene.
Okay. Let's celebrate this 10,000 she brought in. With maybe a proper bed for starters. Like a good bed. We deserve a good bed. Maybe that's a little too much. It's 3K. How about this one? Oh, that's interesting. Maybe this one, yeah. Oh, sorry, this one. What about that one? 4. No, this one is definitely better. This one is the best. And I don't know if I want to put that much money into a bed. This one has 2-3. This one is already like a huge jump from that. Oh yeah, that can be nice. Oh, it's kind of matching. You can see that she picked the decorations. It's okay. Now, can we put like a pretty carpet under that? It's a carpet, alright. What's that? The Camino Real. That's interesting. And that's small. Oh, actually, I'm thinking maybe we can put like this one in front. So we need a carpet in here. Oh, that is pretty. We can put that one downstairs. Because we are gonna have our TV downstairs. I wonder if she has any sort of work. Okay, so we have one bigger carpet. This one is just long. Oh, there's also that one. My god, it's so expensive. Why is it so expensive? Oh, no, that's not... that's not what I wanted. My hand just glitched. I mean, maybe we could place, like... no. Do we not possess a big enough carpet to put under bed? This is just not an option. I mean, we can go with this one, but... Or we can go good old-fashioned way. And just, like, make a carpet like this, you know? Or we can just put the carpet everywhere. That is also an option. I'm not sure I'm a fan of this one. The texture doesn't seem right. Maybe we can just like have that. And then we can do kind of the same thing over here. Or we can do the purpler one. Oh, this one perhaps, with little stars. Also this carpet. We need to bring back some of these carpets into Sims 4. Like, I don't understand why we only have like 3.5 carpets in Sims 4. Like, look at this selection of carpets. It's great. I don't understand the carpet hate. Can't really like decorate the whole room, but I believe I can decorate enough. Just give me a sec. Okay. Let's check curtains. I quite like this one, but they're not really... Like, if we could have these ones, but just like for one. Yeah, these ones are better. Oh, or these ones. Definitely not these ones. Okay, do we like these ones better? We can have them in like blue, no. Oh, we can only have them in blue and yellow. Oh, these ones can go in sort of white, but also in sort of pink. Oh, and it's with green. Maybe we just do go with these ones. Oh, it's actually kind of pretty like this. I don't really understand these ones because they do seem to be for like one white, but also not. And do these ones come in any sort of fun children colors? It doesn't look like that. Maybe we can put them in like this cute blue. There. Now, before we do anything else, well, we have to have the most expensive freaking fireplace. I believe we have this one. A little lighter, like that. You know, I'm starting to think my things are like too cheap. Oh, this is fancy. Yeah, I don't know. Welcome back. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why it's taking so long to redeem. Although I'm partially sweating here because I know full well what Baron and I did yesterday. To be fair, we didn't touch this is 2,600. You know what? It's worth it. We didn't marry a rich witch for nothing. Well, we didn't marry her. We didn't move in with a rich witch for nothing. Okay. I think I'm gonna leave it here for now. And we're gonna earn some more money. Yeah, I don't know why this one is worse. Hey, I'm stretching. I'm stretching.
Chug, 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 chug. Thank you, Pocket Broter, for keeping Seb hydrated.
Okay, they're making out. But yeah, we bought back a fireplace and we have bigger and better TV now. I'm doing good. A little sleepy, but good. How are you doing? Did you get some good sleeps tonight? We are finally managing to get back some of the stuff we lost. That's awesome. I love that. Oh, no. Okay, so it's not glitched. Okay, so we have one glitched door. And it's this one. It's not closing. We can't move it. We can lock it, but that's about it. So our bathroom door is just always open. And this has been a persistent bug in the game since before Sims 3 were a thing.
Raineroob. Pelkaloob.
I mean, sometimes you have to go to bed before 10. Okay, I feel that. 2 weeks ago, I think, or I don't know. I went to bed at 7 p.m.
Macaroni.
I went to bed at 7 p.m. Woke up at like 9 a.m. It happens sometimes. Even to us 4 sleepers. 4-hour sleepers. Oh my god, I can't complete sentences. Yeah, sure, Jasmine is available. But yeah, this is our girlfriend. Fiance, actually. She turned us into a warlock. We are so incredibly smitten by her. No, like I automatically wake up after 4 hours. Like no alarms or anything. It's we already have your subscription though.
Go Plara. Es black to fene. Conepe letene. Ah, Mojage.
Okay, Jasmine, do you have a job? You don't have a job, Jasmine. That just won't do. Let's find a job for you. Or you're not really good friends with Alfred, okay? Alfred doesn't approve of our new fiance. Oh, do we want her to be a cook? Oh, that's a very poorly paid job. Look again. Science. She could do science. She does have a knowledge aspiration, so it's gonna be great. Study physiology. There. What did she even? Like, what was her sign? Oh, she's a fish. Pieces. Pieces. Pisces. Pisces, not pieces. Pisces. Mm. I mean, probably. You are probably right, Dave. Because, like, when I'm on meds properly, I get 6 hours. I mean, how do you call it in Croatian? Oh, in Croatian, is it twins? Let me check. Let me just check. No, I just need an image. Sure. No, that's not. What is it in Croatian? Oh, it is fish. It's fish in Croatian. Riba. No. No, they're different. Like the symbol for fish and for twins is different. Right? Okay, wait. This like confused me more than anything. Pisces. Oh no, it is twins. It is the same. Fish and twins is the same thing. Okay. So apparently we're using fish now too. No, wait. Pisces and Gemini. Okay, Google is not helping. Google is not helpful. Like, sometimes it does the same. No, fuck off, Google. Oh my god. I hate my phone. Since the update, like 3 weeks ago, every time I mention something, it's like, you wanted to try Google Gemini thingy? Fuck off. Yeah, I know, but I'm too lazy to find it. I have better things. Okay, she can mop up. Oh, she needs to pee. Okay, don't mop up. Go pee. Go pee, girly. Duck, duck, go. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Pisces, Gemini. It is different. Bruh, I can't like I can't with the zodiac symbols. I'm just, so bad with them. They're similar.
Yeah, no, Sakatereba.
Fair, fair. But like they're too similar to me visually. And then when I Google it and it gives me Pisces symbol, and then when I Google sorry. Wait. Yeah, it gave me like reverse symbols, but for one it gave me both symbols. It's just Google is a mess right now. Like honestly, a mess. Like I can't confidently Google anything anymore. Okay, what do I need? I also need to pee. But she's being first. Oh, she has cute hair. Hello, that's adorable. I love her bob. Also, I need this hair color. I just couldn't have it for some reason. This is actually like a couple things. Wait, what? What's going on? What? Okay. I think I should maybe look away. That makes me feel weird. Sure. I don't know what's going on there. Are you done? You're not done. You're still sponging yourself down, okay? Okay. This is getting weird. Let's just speed through whatever's happening. I wanted Seb to make dinner. But I guess she's preparing something. No, don't. She's preparing something, okay? Let her prepare things. Let her prepare things. Stop it. I mean, to be fair, are you just... Ew, you're just drinking milk from the carton? Come on. Are you serious? No. No. Yeah. Appreciate your fiance. Don't drink milk from the carton! I mean, to be fair, okay, I drink sometimes from the bottle. But it's different, it's from the bottle, you know? Why did you put the whole ass turkey on the floor? Well, because I interrupted you, I guess. I mean, I guess it works for them. I'm I'm not gonna judge them. They're American, right? This is normal. But yeah, I mean, if they're together, like, what would be cute is they could take the bath together. I think. Like, they can shower together. Why can't they take a bath together? To be fair, they can shower together in Sims 4, so... And it's not as much as shower together as woohoo in the shower, but it raises their hygiene because they're showering as well, so... Oh, and his hygiene is not full. It's okay. You can wash Alfred before you go to bed. And Teb is gonna put away leftovers. Also, holy heck, look at her skills. I don't know, I just assumed she will come completely unskilled, but no, her skills are better than ours. And we can clean this up. And we can put away this book. Okay, okay. Things are getting better. She's gonna get promoted so fast, though. Let's look at her logic. Oh, she needs a friend. Oh, now we need 2 friends because she moved in. Ugh. I guess we're gonna need to create a party. Wait, what are you thinking about? I thought you were sleepy. Oh. I thought she had a familiar. I was pretty sure she had a familiar. Oh, I can't sleep because Mortimer is sleeping in bed. No. Well, I guess I can sleep in the bath. That's fine. All the cat and dog beds. If he's sleeping in ours. Enjoy the shadows. I hear they're very cozy, at least around here. Yeah, I know you're sleepy, but Mortimer is sleeping there. And we can't wake him up. One simoleon, again. I swear this tree. Okay, maybe I can, like... Since Mortimer is taking the whole thing, maybe we can have a couch to sleep on. Maybe I can put down 2, like that. Is that much? And then while I'm here, maybe we can... No, that's too big. A small one. And then like that. These are supposed to be coffee tables, right? Yeah. They don't really match our aesthetic. Like this one maybe kinda. No, that's too red. Way too red. Ah, there we go. That one will work. And then we can chuck another plant into the corner. Yeah, that one is fine. You can tell we're not single anymore. Like all the upgrades. Okay, we can nap on the couch.
Zingzaja.
Okay, well... Mortimer and Alfred have days off today. I have a day off today. Oh wait, Mortimer is here. So we can potentially... Oh. We can make bed. I don't know how to woohoo in this game. Oh no. Make bed on that side too. And let's serenade her and hug her and suck her face. Ask, no. How about...
Hollandazi. Mare wizard.
Essa katamana.
Te l'envoie ze. Tarika bokushi. Ah. Ooh. A21.
Okay, tickle her a bit. I don't know,
Fliegen like a sligen. Ana tuva. Daba shadova. In the Lucifer. Deswava.
we can give her back rub maybe?
Parankudu. Dash what do vidi.
Forshaglib.
Bejuan davu.
Give her a romantic kiss?
Listen de bro.
Did you like what you said?
Oh,
Oh, I
Wagamon.
Fuatre la bulala. Chumlol ne pa wot half a horse.
Koshle. Gosh, shut it to be.
Oh. Magufa. Teren Boja, Barako, and Dante, e Koshushu Samba. Qualia tomba. Sazi.
Yatsa Galada.
Veshus.
I guess I can cuddle under the clouds.
Koshna.
Can they woohoo? How do they woohoo?
No seki. Kaluta mia vashu. Stafa funditishu.
No, they can relax.
Oh, Selenity. Bisalatan. Orbalasana. Wono. Ole Pifen.
Ezode. Tami ba? Dabada beji.
Ya, Kasonya Kasmlana.
Oh, she needs to pee. Okay.
Maruba pay. Ha.
Well, I really don't know how to make them woohoo. Is it bugged? I don't know.
Koshas. Elagana.
Mote como sela?
Talim.
Okay, build a relationship, yes. 75 or higher. Yeah, we're at 100. Best friends forever. Make sure one side isn't against the wall. No side is against the wall. I don't know why it doesn't let us woohoo. Oh, okay. Wait. If I click for him to relax here, and she goes here as well. Oh, you're so cute. I like all of her sparkles. Okay, so it's a multi-steps process. So first we have to relax on the bed. Let's just see, 3 p.m. She has work today. But yeah, it's basically once him relax, then they ask the other one to join. Then they can cuddle on the bed. And then they can woohoo. Oh no, she's going for work. It's okay. We're gonna woohoo some other day. For now, we can woohoo later. For now, we can fill the pet bowls because they're completely empty. And I'm waiting to have enough aspiration to purchase the pet bowl. This one. We need 12,000 for that. And our aspiration is finally like coming up. Wait, you didn't fill the rest of the bowls. I'll just fill one. You have to fill both. Oh, hello there, Tiffany. How are you doing today? Oh, okay. While out on an early morning hike, Jasmine comes across an unusual-looking insect. Jasmine returns home and finds that the bug is extremely rare and unlikely to be found in this section of the country. Should Jasmine retrace her steps and look for the insect herself or alert the professional bug trackers? The backtracking professionals were unable to locate the rare insect. Jasmine feels horrible for wasting everyone's time and as a result loses enthusiasm. No.
Lo Shiggy.
Big clock.
Club, yeah, you can use and then you can you can sleep, I guess. What's happening down there? Oh no. Iris is fighting with Mortimer? Okay, give me a second here. Well. Before I go to sleep, let's call a service. Oh, this has a little note attached to it. I didn't actually notice the little note from Molly. That is so adorable.
Faradin. Puetash. Puetash min dedi.
Yeah, sounds great. I'm gonna sleep while you train my pets. Hello there, Tiffany. Welcome in. Hey, the pet trainer is here. Oh, do I have to be awake? Okay, purchase training for Iris. Sit up. There. Hey, Jasmine, welcome back home. Maybe she can come with him. Aww.
Ja, kolej. Ore bekej. Ore go. Lap. Slap. Lap, 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 lap. Kapiki. Mop.
Janefi. Dauphin.
Kajor, kajor, kajor. Kaloop, kaloop. Look, kaloop.
Okay, you can make bed, perhaps, and relax. I know we're like kind of starving for energy right now, but
Kimchi boy. Kusha, 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 kusha.
Iris needed to go take care of something. Tell me. It's the end of the workday for her. No. Seb, keep relaxing. Keep relaxing. Trust me. Oh, she wants to watch birds. No, relax. My God. Okay. Oh, she's also going to relax. Okay. No, Seb. Please. Please, just Relax. Okay, relax. Just please don't get up. Please don't get up.
Ko sa panaka.
No, 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 no. Eek! I just want to make them woohoo. Why does it have to be so complex?
We go!
Yeah, I get it. Just relax in the fucking bed, please. Please. Okay. Okay, now. I don't think they can cuddle. Oh. They can. They can.
Oh, mingas feeling na. Oh, shwa pala.
À la bouche.
Finally, they can woohoo. So sleepy, the nice warlock. Oh, that's so cute, actually. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh. I was not expecting this in there. And they're sleeping now, right? Yeah. Oh, that's so cute. See, you don't need the specific expansion pack just so your Sims can handle cuddle. Sorry. Oh. Oh, okay. Iris is enjoying a rather slow day at the headquarters when the alarm sounds. Throwing her delicious salmon treats aside, Iris rushes to the door to join the rest of the team. Just as Iris turns the final corner, the chief steps in her path, puts out his paw, and tells Iris that she will need to sit this one out. The chief wants Iris to stay behind and keep an eye on the headquarters. As Iris watches the team pull away from station in the rescue mobilization responder unit, she knows it just can't be that simple. Should Iris disobey the chief and follow the team to the site of the emergency, or should she sit this one out as order? Okay, sit this one out. Frustrated, but not willing to go against the orders of the chief, Iris heads back inside the headquarters. Bored, Iris begins documenting all of the processes, procedures, and training methods used by the rescue squad. After a few hours of furious waiting, Iris composes a massive library of manuals. Though somewhat dismissive upon his return, the chief realizes Iris is truly onto something after reading a few of the manuals. By cataloging several of the squad's timeless methods, as well as a few of her own revolutionary ideas, Iris becomes known as the founder of the Rescue Squad Academy. The chief compensates Iris with a fantastic bonus of 5,500 simoleons. Go, Iris! I didn't realize that Iris was at work. That's so cute, though. Oh. Oh no. It's a burglar. Alfred. No! Not our TV! Not our TV. Can I call police? Hey there, princess. How you doing? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Emergency, emergency. No. Score, I'm out of here. Brother. We just bought that TV. Okay. You know what? You know what? I think we need a burglar alarm. Yeah, it's not that expensive. And we can just put it over here. Or we can put it on, like, over the phone. Yeah, maybe over the phone is fine. Now, let me see if I can change the color of this too. Yeah, something that matches the rest of the place. Although I'm not sure how well this matches. I guess better than that. It's fine. It's fine. We can work with that. The bastards. Oh no! Why is there... Oh no, our turkey is outside. Oh well. I love how we have this dog and 2 cats and neither of them reacted to the burglar.
Hey, clock!
Cockney! Just anything.
Oh yeah, Iris got a bonus today. That is true. That means we can actually make an extended bathroom over here. So how I think I want to go about it. I'm not sure I'm a fan of the square bits. Let's see. Plumbing bats. I think we can get a better bath. I'm not sure if I'm a fan of that shower. Oh, the triangle showers are so good. Maybe if I remove this wall. I could go with like this shower and a bit of a fancier bath. I'm not sure I can enter this shower, actually. actually. I do really want that shower somewhere. But okay, let's put the bath in here. Right? And then we're gonna put the toilet here and something else. But then we can sell this. And have like that shower over here. And we change this sink for something better. Oh, what is something better? Is this better? I mean, it definitely looks a little more fancy. Yeah, perhaps this. Okay, we got a toilet. Oh, maybe we can put one trash over here. If I can just remember the trash is there, okay. Because it makes sense to have trash in the bathroom. Oh, this looks pretty. There. Oh, and now we're kind of broke. But hey, our bathroom is coming along.
Flario. Marzapoob.
Yeah. Kaka. Go Kaka. And Alfred will take over our bed now. Because of course he will. It's okay. We were just spoiled by Sims 4. Forgot the burglars were a thing. Forgot to buy the thing. It's okay.
Rainaroob. Pelkaloob.
Oh, didn't she go for a shower? I guess she decided that the bath is,
Put that away. She's
What do you mean? No, you don't want to take bubble bath. What you want is sleep, actually.
Ingratone. Recognition.
Honestly, this house doesn't look very warlocky or witchy or spellcasty at all. It's also turning to be quite expensive.
We go! Only give a diva! Whoosh! Oh, frasiata!
It's okay, you already have a new one.
Miklov! Visst fan bada. Mikwo galadi!
There, give her a hug.
Mere shizo.
I wish Mortimer wouldn't sleep in our bed. Oh, he can't sleep at all. Okay. That's interesting. They can relax, but they can't sleep.
Oh, come on.
Well, you can resume making dragon scales then. Oh, wait. Sure, you can. Wait, what are you eating? Where? No, no, that's bad food. That's bad food. It's spoiled. Bruh. Oh, oops. I wanted to say clean. Oh, he ate bad food. I mean, I guess it means nothing in Sims 2. Holy shit. I'm feeling Mortimer and Alfred have way too many days off. Okay, Seb, go continue making the dragon scales. And then you can take Alfred for a walk in the rain. I'm sure he's gonna appreciate that.
No go.
Okay, let's teach him how to play this.
So merbo. Ah, keka danga. Tisenevene.
Yay, we have dragon scales now. This cauldron looks like super tiny compared to the Sims 4 one.
Schwei.
Okay, can you teach
Can
him to play dead?
Joborg.
Musha.
Washington. Vinguish.
I love her. She's so unserious.
Meshra. Big Sorg. Oh, Gorfinban. Joborg. Oh. Koshwana. Binguish.
Too bad our gardening skill isn't improving from this. Too bad we don't have a gardening skill here. Okay, let's fill the bowls. That bowl specifically.
Big Sorg.
Let's clean that. Let's perhaps work out a little bit. Because just because we're in a relationship doesn't mean we have to neglect ourselves completely. In fact, it would be better if we didn't. I love that the cleaning was a skill before. I kinda... Honestly, I would kinda buy a pack that's like specifically focused on cleaning for Sims 4. So like you could maybe do window washing, and we would maybe get some new laundry stuff. Some new vacuums and stuff, so we wouldn't have to buy a kit. Maybe we could get a maid courier or cleaning service courier. It could be like a whole ass game pack.
Nie powodzą się.
We gained a body point. Our logic is kinda not there. And so maybe after we're done with pooping, we can take a shower.
Oh, you good
Oh, so that's everything clean. Can I like move this window? Oh, I can move this window to be like here when things happen. Oh, it's raining again. Of course it's raining again. Let's serve some grilled cheese. No!
Sisanda.
Ooh, maximize the skill. I can leave that one. Which skill do we want to maximize though? Okay. Oh wait, Iris, why are you not at work? You're supposed to be at work. And you two have days off. What about you? 3 p.m. You're going to work soon. Oh, I wanted to make a friend. Okay, go eat that grilled cheese.
Oh, yuck!
Of course, Alfred needs a bath again.
Esta ram, bibaklan is this stuff. Bendy.
More subtle. Keisha sonabella.
So?
Rotten.
This it.
Window me
Can I show?
blinka. Old shapa.
Let's save. Just I remembered we didn't save in a while. Okay.
Klicka på zoom. Kashufa. Ja, par Isa, papamon, Claire, Ishbastolik Flena Dash. Tefwe, Classias, Clementine, Babarondiga.
And then we can teach Iris to speak.
Fala song, fala. Aspin.
We can put away leftovers. Oh wait, did she miss work? Oh shit. I was like, yeah, she's just gonna have a snack quick, and then it was 4 hours later. Oh. Oh no, wait, she has a day off. Oh, we'll have a day off. Except Iris.
Wish comoda plankaton. Wash. Ola. Konya bedim. Oyada. Mona Samea.
Yeah, I get it. You're tired. Go sleep. It's okay.
Javak!
Okay, practice some chess. It's gonna be fun. And we're gonna get your logic up a little bit. Oh, it will arrive about an hour. Oh, 8 p.m. She works till 8. It's from 8 p.m. Okay, sorry. It's my bad. I was just thinking Iris was being irresponsible. No, Iris, you're supposed to go to work. Please. Iris, no, don't go to sleep. No. Work. Why doesn't she want to work? No, don't go to sleep, Iris, please. Please, you have to go to work. No. Iris, why? It's so hard to have pets work. Yeah, no, I think she's just ignoring her work today. Uh, Yep, yep. I guess she's kind of tired. She's not that tired, though.
Forestry. Ooh.
Yeah, he took out all of the leftovers. Okay, so that's what happens. No, no, no. Don't go to sleep. Put away leftovers. We don't want them to spoil. And then use the toilet. And please wash your hands after the toilet. Oh. Okay, she used her vacation day apparently. Let's do some cereal. Oh. Like that. Oh, that's a huge bowl of cereal. Okay, good. Finally, everyone is going back to work.
Shumaklupa. Aflathvaslas. Kredesh.
Veneca sonza. Elegant. Entonces, estamos aquí. Bien.
Dakrazu.
Vale que sí.
Kindi. Orisha.
Oja, la rampaton.
Maruba Phelps.
Oh my god. She wants to see a ghost of a person who robbed them. That's just like a nice way of saying, I want to murder this person. Aww. No, I was awing you. Okay, please continue cleaning up. That was cute. And you can put away leftovers.
Mojga. Pensoya.
And then you can go to the toilet. No, I'm not a fan that he's washing the things in here, but that's fine. It's all good. Let's just put like a double mirror or something in here. Oh, this is 3 white. Okay. Oh, this one is double. It feels a little too fancy. Okay, it's kind of a fancy bathroom, kinda. That was a little too expensive. Like, it's kind of a fancy bathroom, but not too fancy. This can work, and maybe we can do like that. No. Like, I want something in, but no, we're just gonna leave it like that, and we're gonna put a light in because we don't have any lights. Okay. Hopefully that's good enough. Oh, we're going to work. Good. When is your work? 3 p.m. Well, in the meantime, maybe you can go out and make a friend. How does that sound? Maybe we can go grocery shopping. Wait, cancel for now. You paid. Okay, fly there. Just you, it's fine.
Jaya Balan.
Oh, that's super cute. Ah, loading. So in theory, we should have both. Yeah, we have a clothing shop and we have.
Jason. Korshmob.
So the building isn't like great looking, but it's fine. We can do like 96 simoleons of grocery.
Mogo. Nishita. Flamika. Shitamana.
Okay, let's meet Angel. Oh, I like your tattoos. They're super cute. I love your outfits.
Shinlam.
Skinny.
Skinny.
Oh, that's a teenager here.
Morgatan.
It's Lil Ujo, can you believe?
Mogala pasta.
Vacina. Nada ele. Ah, não.
Onistan maka.
Cruzy of Wazina.
Ziminik. Mengater.
Give it up.
Oh my god. Kanegata.
Boya. Positivo.
Gladity?
No, I don't want to ask her to like what you see. I want to ask her about her interests.
Yakasana.
There we go.
Zingawate. Esto pushapate bella?
Dag dag.
What are your skills?
La 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 la. Pusha.
What's your job?
Kotsate.
So we can hang out there.
Kabonye.
And then after you hang out, you can chat a little bit more.
Kosamene. Katalata.
Yarway. Yarway at Selma.
Zigda. Zibadala.
Tiga.
Farhad. Shwazamin. Sherman Ragday. Ufamu. Haramuts.
Oh, I like her hair.
Shana
cut.
Shokami. Thomason.
Chumba.
Sabakanya.
Tubalakin.
Shoka. Oh, Shatala. Oh, Shebele. Washa. La lingua kashar. Oh, Tonya potente. Mudugala.
Nasil.
Yeah, they can chat a little bit more.
Salatim. Ratalie is a Uma Shufata. Wala no. Ekem Nib.
O Monkate Monkananaka.
Okay, she's probably like after that flight home, right?
Ah, Kaso.
Ra, Solani.
Kikatala.
Suval.
Hola, Sanam. Kumoshkalaka. Masake.
Okay. This went well. We're almost making a friend. I'm so glad that in the newer Sims you don't have to have friends. Oh, look at them. They're so cute, actually. Like, with their outfits and stuff. Oh, now we're back in time. I don't want. Oh, we have a gardener. It's okay. Oh, look. She's bringing her grocery basket thingy. And she's gonna put them away. Okay, that's cute. Okay, well, you can nap a little before you have to go to work. Oh no, did they die? Oh no. Will the gardener do anything about it? Okay. You should be better now. or not? Take a shower. That's gonna make you feel better. Hopefully.
Nabisco.
Oh, she wants to win a cooking contest. That's cute. Too bad we're not gonna get that far. Okay, he's finished for the day. No, you can slow down. Dance with the sim. That's a possibility. And you can take another nap. You can't. Okay, you can take another nap now. Okay, wait. The pressing kitchen is out of donuts, and the grumblings, both vocal and otherwise, are growing to a fevered pitch. Seb himself is starving, but he also has a stack of important paperwork he needs to get done by the end of the day. The other officers would surely be grateful if we walked out downtown and picked up a few dozen of the precinct's favorites, but the paperwork also looming pretty large. Okay, get donuts. Seb heads off to the local house of double fried donuts and cleans the place out of everything they've got left. He walks the 20 blocks back to the precincts, but by the time he makes it back, he's eaten over half of the 4 dozen donuts. Jesus. The other officers are still thankful for the 2 dozen he's brought back, but Seb loses 1 body skill point due to his lack of self-control. Honestly, mood. Yeah. Okay. Mortimer and Alfred brought some money. Jasmine should be going to work soon. Okay, I just noticed we hit 850 followers. That's really cool. Let's fill at least 1 bowl before we go to work. Maybe we can fill all of them. Maybe. Oh god, that car. Oh god. Well, we can fill 2 of them at least.
Ishikoazio!
Aww. The doggo joined us. Yes. Ba-dum-bum. Ba-da-dum. Bum, 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 bum. You know, I like that it's not as empty over here anymore. Like, we have stuff going on there. As opposed to this part, but it's good. It's all good. Okay, Iris, do you have work today? No, you have 4 days off. Damn. Oh, Seb is back. 616. Okay, yeah, you desperately need a shower. Oh, you desperately need to pee as well. Okay, so go pee first and then take a shower. Okay, and maybe. Oh, that's not the bookshelf. This is a bookshelf. Study. Physiology. I don't know what points that gives us though. Ow, that hurts, doggo. We're getting some great job performance. Okay. We're answering the phone. We can continue studying physiology later. No, she's not here. Sorry. Oh, she literally just came home. Oh.
Papa. Edla tosh.
Veska moi.
Sorry, but this is so cute.
Quaplana lasta!
Greeting her when she comes back home from work. Oh wait, you need to pee before you go to sleep. So use wash hands and go to sleep. Okay, I'm missing fun, so I'm gonna practice some chess to gain fun.
Waddle.
Hi there, neighbor. Interesting boots you got there. Hey. Oh, gain a mechanical skill point. Well, I believe we can push the logic to level 6. Jesus. Fine. Oh, it stopped ringing. It stopped ringing. Eh. Okay, so study mechanical. And maybe serve some spaghetti for dinner. I'm taking you in a little tracer, okay? Come. Okay, we got the skill in mechanical. He wants to reach mechanical level 3. Oh wait, does that mean that we can now... Oh, what's that? Oh, that's dragon skills, okay. That we can now buy... Yes, we can. The Kibble of Life. There, we're gonna put it here. Tracer is shocked. She was left behind. Yay, we got a cooking skill point.
Oh, la cava.
Oh, voi, Kixie? Oh, gushy, gushy, gushy. Oh, oh. Boże, Gwelsa. Reszta. O, mana sakala tepe.
Wait, did it? What? It passed out into my bowl? Seems work could never.
Ah, vavala.
Yeah, just finish your food.
Muije da
Shit.
Lenko
Ilava.
Zengbar.
Wait, when did you become an elder?
Ocean.
I keep falling asleep in my food. I think that's our call that I have to go to sleep. It's okay, it's okay. You're struggling to eat. Please, just go to sleep.
Oh, no te cry.
Didn't actually realize. She wasn't 50 days, 8 days old. She was on the same life stage and she was younger. So what happened there? Was she cursed by the other witch? Or something?
Bola Gratikon.
She does sound elder. She doesn't look that much older. Maybe she was always older. I just saw something wrong. It's okay. We can pretend that she's an adult and I'm a young adult, and it works. I'm not sure if that's the life stages in Sims 3 though.
Here.
I don't know why they're playing in the front yard. Well, in front of the front yard, because they have like this whole area. By the way, this whole area is ours still to fill. So we can easily like expand and stuff. But okay, we're gonna put away leftovers and we're gonna clean this up. Oh, and she can clean this up too. And she can mop this up. I mean, she's awake early, so it makes sense Okay, Seb, you should probably wake up slowly. Go pee. Perhaps take a shower. She had to go, Tracer. I'm sorry, Tracer being upset over Blue needing to go somewhere.
Kushas! Elagana!
What do you mean? You're engaged. Okay, you're just acting weird. Go work out there. Or do that, whatever you're doing. Write in your diary. Okay. Seb is off to work. She's working in a few hours as well.
Lanza. Ah.
We can oops. Call a sim over. Yeah, we can call Angie over. No. Oh well. Oh, okay. The talent scout double maker. Blah blah blah. Just call. They're in desperate need for a replacement for Skippy the Wondermat. Naturally, they thought of Alfred. Poor Skippy got into a can of pre-packaged meat byproduct, and is too ill to appear at the local wholesale pet grocery grand opening to perform his famous catapulting through a wall of flaming bite-sized puppy nibbles. They need Alfred to take his place. This could be just the break Alfred has been looking for. Store openings are the first step on the road to fame and fortune, after all. But the grand opening is occurring on the same day that Alfred is supposed to do a photo spread about stunt dogs with Dogma magazine. What is Alfred going to do? We're gonna do the photo shoot. I'm sorry, they're gonna have to find someone else. We have previous engagements that we're gonna respect. Alfred's agent lets the agency talent scout know that Alfred is busy that day doing a photo shoot of Dogmo and can't make the store opening. The scout sounds disappointed, but there are hundreds of other dogs eagerly waiting to fill in for Skippy the Wondermat. Surprisingly, just as Alfred's agent hangs up with the scout on the phone, rings again. It's the folks at Dogmo. They want Alfred to appear on next month's cover. Best of all, there's a 4,500 bonus for the cover shot. Yay. Good job, Alfred. Okay, sharing the point. Buy a green energy source. To buy this object, look in the buy for build catalog under the category icons shown here. Green energy source. A solar panel. We could buy a smaller one. I believe that one goes up on the roof, perhaps? I don't know. We will find out in a moment. Oh, yeah. Does this one? No, no. This one goes on the ground. These ones go on the roof. Oh, I'm thinking. Perhaps like that. Oh wait, why did our roof? Well, I guess the angling of the roof did something, but not immediately. Oh no. Can I get our roof back to how it was? Okay, yes, I can. Okay, good. I was scared there for a moment. I mean, it's not like it was the prettiest roof, you know. It was just... Yeah, okay. What's that? Learn lifelong happiness. Okay, our maid is leaving. We can still draw a little bit before we have to go to work. Okay, okay. Oh, that's a beautiful painting. Honestly, I don't think we're gonna sell that one. Okay, if I... Yes, I can just hang it like that. Where do I hang it, though? I don't want to hang it in the kitchen. How about... Oh, how about here? It's kind of perfect. Also, now that we have money again, we can... copy that and put it over here. There. I'm so sad for her. She just like literally needs to make one friend. She can't get promotion because she doesn't have friends. Your work is calling.
Bonacan.
Oh, she needs a shower. What? Why does she need a shower? What's happened? How did she lose her heating? Oh, I love this shirt. Rose dye. Seb should probably pay the bill. But yeah, yeah. Get mail.
Bivouac.
Hello there, neighbor. Let's practice some of that. And our pets become elders in 3 days. Which is suitable because we are ending in 10 minutes. Who are you? As a small reward, please feel free to journey to games and glory, where gaming is king. Okay. Thank you, weird random person that just walked through my back door and... Yeah. Okay. Okay. Let's build up that logic.
Rank, whoa. Andalese.
Whoa, Jasmine, what? Losing enthusiasm in music and dance, science, tinkering, games, sport. She's losing enthusiasm in everything. Oh god. Oh god. Okay, so you can just like a little bit of that. Just like to start it up, and then let's have you take care of your needs. Mop up, use this. No, don't go to sleep yet, Jasmine. Don't go to sleep. Take a bubble bath there. You deserved it. What do you mean? You go to sleep. And you go to pee and then go to sleep. There we go. Aww. I like how they're cuddling. That's so cute.
Shim shim.
Tregolaga.
Medla tosh, tasta stuva.
Killer. Shadamasay.
Aww.
Marzapu. Hagwa dosheze.
Okay, you can wash Alfred. There we go. Okay, and mop this up immediately. And then we can try teaching Alfred to play this.
Gomi. Mirk. Vila Mirk?
Gomi.
Stistu. Oh.
Aww.
Bisha. Oh. Uka bamba dobashi?
You can teach Mortimer stuff.
Any sure.
Sherb. Sherb. Riga. Sherb. Sherb.
Well, I can attempt teaching him about stuff.
Sherb. Garfe. Sherb.
She can blog about her enthusiasm. But also she could serve breakfast. Ooh, omelets. Go serve breakfast. Oh, Seb is going to work though.
Machera, Kachan. Sure. Clamo.
It's okay, Mortimer. We'll continue this some other day. Not that it's really gonna transfer to Sims 3, but it's okay. You really want to play it now? Yeah, I missed this game. Like as much as I don't like I prefer some things that are like better in Sims 4. And I definitely miss Sims 3, so I'm really happy that we're gonna play that next week. But there's some like really cool animations here, and the cutscenes are so cute. They surprise me every time. There's definitely things that could be better, obviously, which were improved upon. But there's some things that are missing, you know. Also, yeah, we got a girlfriend. I will try it probably, but I'm more excited about Paralives. I did try the not the Paramaker, oh my god, the Zoe Maker when it was out. It was interesting. It's a bit too uncanny valley for me. It's lacking the cartoony aspect. But I do like a lot of things about it. Paralives is definitely like more up my alley when it comes to Sims competitors. And I have been supporting them for a while on Patreon as well. A second, I can share the page. So if you didn't see it yet, it's definitely having the vibes. Yeah. And all the clutter and everything. Oh, a short break will be coming. Well, we'll be actually saving here before the break. We got engaged. We got promoted. We are gonna see where we take this in Sims 3. Let me see if I can actually skip the... There, I can snooze the break. Here we go. So we're gonna see how we can recreate this in Sims 3. The lives, the everything. Yeah. I'm excited to see where we can continue on from here. The initial idea was to take a vacation today, but I guess we didn't. We got engaged instead. So there is that. But yeah, let me find someone who we can share the love with. Um, let me check before it tosses you into an ad break. Mm, 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 mm. Oh, I can leave you with Togichu. I made Togichu a while back on TwitchCon in Germany, and she's just so lovely. So go share the love. I will see you guys in the evening with some Tomb Raider. But until then, as always, stay excellent. Yeah. Until then, bye. Bye, 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 bye. There you go. See you next time.